Hello, welcome, and happy Father's Day. Welcome, buddy. Let me do this real quick. There you go. So the league is off this week, or off this week because of Father's Day. So people had things to do, rightfully so. And I didn't stream yesterday, mostly because I couldn't get enough people. It's my fault. I didn't reach out to enough people, but a lot of folks were just busy because Father's Day and other things were happening. So. Got to update 482, but change the camera real quick. How y'all doing? My fur babies couldn't care less with Father's Day.
Them biddies.
Happy Father's Day, Law Father. Are you ready to shift from the ordinary to the extraordinary? Ready to reset your expectations from the everyday to the highest heights? From breathtaking view, incredible dining, and unmatched shopping, Crusader is calling. Come, visit Orphans, the city in the clouds.
Thank you so much for them biddies. Fuck you.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Welcome, Daily Noob. Welcome, everyone. My name is Paul Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropup, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing? Missed Captain's Table yesterday? There was no Captain's Table yesterday. I only was able to get one person to sign on. Partially my fault because I didn't kind of really reach out to folks. And I had forgotten that it was just Father's Day weekend, so lots of folks are, so I wasn't able to do it. It's just bad timing because I didn't do one the week before because I was doing.
Gons 209 tip $20. Go on, kid. Buy yourself something pretty.
Aw, thanks, Gonzo. Thank you for the $20. Hauling space candy for the kids. No, I am hauling exotic what do we used to call it? Non-regulated herbal supplements. Gotta help the orphans, yeah. Sure, Timothy. All right. Get everything up. Have to wait for shaders to compile, but yeah. Artesian handmade herbal supplements. Yes. Helping the orphans. I don't know what you're talking about, Mopar. Oh, there's nothing bad about helping orphans. Hey, Agbard. All right. 16%. Raylan looks really nice in an exotic ship. Loving the interior. The Raylan's great. Mostly because it is a ship with a design that makes sense, with a role that makes sense, that's already exists in Star Citizen. Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No confuse.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Twisted Void just resubscribed for 6 months. Made it 07.
Thank you so much for that. 6 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's no drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat. Y'all shots and cheers. Love the Raylan and the T. Louis. Trying to decide which one to keep. The Raylan. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be very, very on the level with you. The T. Louis is a gimmick and will be forgotten in a month, if not a year. It's cool, but
Dem biddies.
Which is why it is only Paul's third favorite ship, after the tied first faves of the T. Louis and the Redeemer.
people act like I really, really hate the T. Louis. I don't hate the T. Louis. The T. Louis is just emblematic of all the problems that CIG has internally with their design. Yeah, that's the gimmick. The T. Louis' gimmick is its gravity thing, which is nice, but that's it. A snub fighter carrier is a decent idea, but snub fighters aren't proven to be a thing with Star Citizen 1.0. And $425 is a lot of money to ask for a gimmick that might just end up being abandoned by CIG in like 2 years. Oh, Paul, did you get one of the CIG invites that was primarily, or is that primarily European-based creators? No, there's American-based creators. No, CIG and I aren't seeing eye to eye anymore. At least their marketing team. So no, I am not going to get invited or any sort of perks from CIG going forward, unless they change their mind, which I hope they do at some point. Apparently people were like, we're going on Twitter and being like, why isn't Paul getting an invite? I'm like, guys, thanks for going to bat for me, but that's just, you know, the way CIG is, the pettiness of CIG. Mike got an invite? Wow. They really hate me. I'm the new black child. Oh, God. Black sheep. I'll check one more time, but I doubt it. He didn't? Okay, good. I don't know, Mike. I don't think he would.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval
Ha!
system.
No. They wouldn't want me there anyways. Next gateway is where it is. Okay. Chips. There's not. So let's go with something small.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Your vehicle visitors again.
Y'all. Guess they didn't like hearing Squadron 42 is not coming out. I don't know why they wouldn't. They know themselves from internal reports. I don't want to go on this because I don't want to play the game and enjoy it. But I know a lot of folks are really hyping too close to the sun when it comes to this event in October, because at the end of the day, it's what in marketing we call a wine and dine. It's a pretty standard tactic, especially in the video games industry, where you bring people who are going to be like swept up in the hype and the excess of being invited to like a private meeting all the developers, getting their hands-on experience with the game. They'll sit there and say, "Oh yeah, no, we just want your honest feedback." They don't care. The idea is to overwhelm people with the spectacle in order to get those folks engaged to talking and like hyping up the what they experienced, so that they can promote more. It's a good tactic. It works pretty well in marketing. An example of this would be the Battlefield like 6 multiplayer showcase or something like that, where they invited content creators. Recently, Star Fox did the same thing with some for content creators. Ace Combat 8 did the same thing. This is a very common thing. You know what I'm talking about when I say like, oh yeah, you get this like, you'll get people saying, "So I played this game, and here's my honest thoughts about it," that kind of thing. It's a common thing. I'm not saying it's like, ooh, it's some sinister. It's a common tactic. But when you know those sorts of things exist, it's always important to point them out, because it's like, guys, this means that it's 3 to 6 months away from that event is going to be when they release. If they're smart. It's not that I want to be positive necessarily. I just don't want like. I'll leave it at this. The game is developed by talented people who are good at their job and care about what they're doing. And it would be a disservice to those people to get wrapped up in something that marketing is concerned about, and the pettiness of marketing. Hold on.
_5 just resubscribed for 86 months. 07.
Thank you so much for that 86 months of support there, brother. You're a very important pupper, very impressive of any pedestrian. This is your fault, or is your gonna shots and cheers and chat, y'all shots and cheers. Hey Grim, what's up, bud? Hey, Uchiha. Or Uchina. No, it's Uchiha. Yeah. That's right. Not a game developer by any means, but I would like to see Squadron 42 coming out when it's ready and working well. So if it takes time, it takes time. That's GTA November 11th console release. Oh, they moved it up. Interesting. It was originally like November 18th. How are the orphans today? I'm just getting to them. I figured it out. Like I said, like I was finishing off. At the end of the day, I'm here to enjoy the game. And as you said, Squadron 42, we're all better. Squadron 42 is better. We'd all want a better Squadron 42 anyways, so. So do you think Chris is going to give these previews to a group that hope they aren't leaks for 3 months? What the fuck are you talking about? All right. Marketing 101. Sit down in your seats. Let me hit you up with something. When you are doing a marketing campaign, the most important thing, the number one thing you want to do is get the attention of your audience or your potential consumers, the people who want to purchase your item for whatever reason or interact with the thing you're creating. So anything you do to promote that to the common consciousness or to the demographic you're going for is good. So the only reason for them to do a meet and greet, to do a wine and dine like they're doing with this October thing, is because they want people to talk about it. People will talk about it. If they're smart, and I'm not saying they will or won't do this because they may not, they will let people record their gameplay footage and put it up on the internet so that people can watch independent gameplay separate from the official channels so that they can judge it for themselves. Now, I don't think they're going to play the entire game. They'll play a snippet or a level or something like that. So at the end of the day, what this is designed to do is let people play the game, hear about the game, so that when they make the announcement of the release date, probably at or before that event, they'll have a they'll have it, good. If they apply an NDA to that event, what does it say? It says they're dumb. There's no indication of them applying an NDA to that event. I've not heard anything about it. People have been talking about it on their fucking their Twitter accounts like constantly. People been on Twitch and making that their whole identity. Expensive trip to just play the demo? Yeah, it is. It can be. It's more than just the demo though, because it's 3 days. So you'll be able to go there, you'll be able to hang out at the office, talk with the developers. A lot of the content creators will probably get exclusive interviews with the developers, so they'll have the ability to talk with people and get information down. Again, this is wine and dine 101 stuff. You hug Chris, get a picture with Chris, get his signature, that kind of thing. Honestly, I think they're doing this event to ease up on the delay information, show gameplay. No. This is why they haven't announced the delay yet, because they wanted to have an event that they could show off and be like, see, the game isn't like 4 years away, guys. Calm down. Look at what we have. And this is the delay when it's going to release. So is the event pure Squadron 42, nothing to do with Star Citizen? They might talk a little bit about Star Citizen, but here's the reality. The devs of Squadron 42 are not the devs of Star Citizen. Like, they won't know a lot of stuff about Star Citizen development if it's the Squadron 42 devs. I wish they were doing it in multiple locations. I could have done Austin, but not Manchester. Everything is Manchester these days, guys. A short marketing run could also be a release announcement around August and drop it the week after Wine and Dine, could it not? I doubt it. You don't do a Wine and Dine at the end of an activation, you do it at the beginning of an activation. It would be a waste of time and money for everybody. Why would they want to set up an event like this? Pay money, delay any sort of support for launch. Because this is not just content creators, it's content creators and other folks, but it's like people who are there specifically to show off the game. Yeah, get some hype up. Yeah, I think it's just the beginning of an ad campaign, the release of Q1 through Q2 2027. Did they still not give you an invite, Ruben? That sucks. You're probably one of the more important social media folks to follow everywhere you are. You are more up to date on news and other things going out than most other folks are, and a lot of people follow you for that on social media specifically. So it's to take people there, show off the game, say it's awesome, and then for them to give the date of 27, something like that. Yeah. If they wanted to hype, they would have invited people outside the Star Citizen community. Is anyone that invited we know? The people, if they invite anybody outside of the Star Citizen community, it would be that would be all paid, all expenses paid. And I don't think they'd want the elite to interfere with the rabble, or the rabble to interfere with the elite. There's no way a established content creator outside of the Star Citizen, or even just tangentially related to Star Citizen, would show up to an event being forced to pay for room and board to see a game that they have no idea what it's about. That's just stupid.
Your vehicle has been
Hey, Master Plan.
following location. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Oh gosh, I'll have to wait a few moments for. What I'll do is I'll exit the menu and come back. Exactly, so it makes no sense to the yeah. No, there's definitely a delay coming, guys. I know some folks like legitimately think I was lying when I made that video. I wouldn't have made that video if I didn't believe the people who told me the story. Especially the details they added to that. Plus, I've talked with them in the past, and they've said things that have come out to be true later. Someone said Shroud got an invite. Tyler Whitkin, Xylo, loves Shroud, so I wouldn't be surprised. What's the mission? Mission's going to be doing Dead Saint stuff. We haven't done I haven't done Dead Saint stuff since the wipe, so.
Dem biddies.
I want a better Square 42. I want Safe to not lie to us. I want Safe to not release broken patches and ships they rushed through Dave and then couldn't be asked to do even their anemic current testing process on. Too fine a point?
No, but I'm not gonna say anything. I love doing Dead Saint stuff, easy and good money. Well, I'm hoping that they'll flesh out the smuggling aspects of Dead Saints more.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has
So I was of two minds, Mopar. Originally, when they announced 2026, I said, yeah, it's going to come out. They've announced 2026, so it's going to come out in 2027. But then a lot of those developers who worked on Squadron reached out to me after the 2024 event, because they wanted to explain what had gone wrong with the demo on the floor. And I kept in contact with them, and all of them were giving me the impression of like, no, it's coming out in 2026, but like gritted teeth, it's coming out in 2026. The impression of, yeah, this may be coming in hot, but it's going to come out. So there was always this, we're going to come out in 2026. So that's why I'm like, yeah, guys, I still think it's coming out in 2026 now because of those folks. And then those same folks are now being like, no, it's been delayed. So it's like, fuck, my original intuition was right. Because I used to joke, and people will remember this, that CIG will make an announcement, then they'll get close to they'll announce a delay, and it'll be like 6 months after. Because we're beyond the point of like, you know, CIG just not saying anything, and then, you know, being like, oh yeah, well, we missed that date. Because the game isn't just like a bundle of replace me balls. You can't drink nothing at all. I see other players drinking. Take your helmet off. Alt-H. Make sure you, when you take your helmet off, that's important. Plus also, once you've taken your helmet off and you have a drink, left click. If you just left click, you'll drink with it out in your hand. Have the devs ever talked about MC conversation tech? From Squadron? No, not that I remember. Nah, it won't be 2028. The only reason, like the fact that they're actually doing this wine and dine tells me that it's yeah, definitely 2027. It's a good use of resources, which tells me CIG didn't think of it. I know that there was a French marketing team that was announced that they were working with SIG for Squadron 42, and this is clearly an outside marketing perspective, because I haven't seen CIG make smart decisions like this. Yep. When you post that video, were you prepared to be unpartnered by CIG? Yep. As prepared for the repercussions. I didn't do it because of like popularity. I got a lot more like verbal abuse and like threats for it. From the fans, mind you. Yeah, I just do it for the clicks. Nope. This event is replacing SitCon. That's the important thing to know. This event is replacing SitCon. There's also files in the files. There was reports of Gamescom posters that were labeled as Gamescom posters. Now CIG has put stuff in as red herrings before. And those indicate that CIG is going to be doing maybe some kind of event at Gamescom. That's not necessarily the case, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do an event at Gamescom, like a booth at Gamescom. I thought it originally, it's in August, yeah. I originally thought that was going to be a Squadron thing, but I don't know. With the October announcement, we'll see. But I'll give you this final thought about that stuff. I'll give you this sort of thoughts on the like Squadron 42 coming in on October thing. Based off of my conversations with the devs, they're still actively working on stuff and they need time to optimize it. And it sounds like they were concerned with the time period they were given in terms of what they had to do. So I would be very concerned if CIG pulled the trigger in October in terms of the performance and quality of Squadron 42. Because that would be a devs that say, oh yeah, you know, we're delaying it 6 months or whatever. Even then I'm concerned about performance and gameplay. Well, like gameplay, but like bugs. I would be very concerned if CIG announced a release date a week after that or something like that. No, you're right, Cuban. They cannot release Squadron 42 like they do for PU releases. They only have one opportunity to make an impression, and if they fuck up, they fuck up. I did hear that one of the things they had planned on this for a while. This thing that they're doing, this has been in planning for like 2 years. This October thing, and for clear reasons, it was delayed. And this is, or something to this degree, the October thing. And they only sent out the emails because they were waiting for GTA to be announced. God, I forgot how long this fucking flag is. Any thoughts on GTA 6 going to PC? I've heard rumors that they're trying to get into it as early as February. But it's important to note, Take-Two hates PC. Like, viscerally hates PC. What exactly are they playing and how unscripted is it allowed to be? I don't know. I know what the game is like, and I highly doubt people are going to have 3 days to play the game. My guess is the reason why they have 3 days is because they have so many people. They're going to break these people up into groups, and then each day, each group is going to have a different thing. So, like, one group will probably play Squadron 42 on day one. Another group will go through the tour the studio and to the studio, and another group will have a chance to sit down and talk with the devs. And then the next day they rotate, and the next day they rotate, with some sort of opening and closing remarks done by Chris and the team. Do you think they took extra time to optimize it for consoles? I would laugh very hard, but it would look too forced. No, they have not. So, Paul, honest, innocent question. What is it like to be wined and dined like this? It feels like it would be fun. So it really, but also incredibly transactional and awkward feeling. Maybe that's my standard trans girl insecurities and cynicism talking. So I've been wined and dined like this in the past. And I'm a little different because I've actually been inside the belly of the beast when it comes to marketing. And I've run some of these in the past. I've won one of these in the past. Well, helped run. I don't want to be like, yes, I have done big boy things. It's like, I was in marketing, but I wasn't gaming and that kind of stuff. And so me personally, it's a lot more awkward because I know what they want out of me. But it is fun. The whole point of these things is that they're fun. The goal of these things is to really, especially with the smaller creators, really give them a showcase that they've never had before. Really give them the spectacle to overwhelm their senses in terms of like all these people you could talk to, you get all this information, and it's gonna feel for a lot of them like, oh great, I'm gonna get all this information, I'm gonna come back and tell my story, and I'm gonna get a fuck ton of clicks, I'm gonna get a lot of people watching my streams, I can ride this all the way to the top. And not realizing that, yeah, you and 100 other people, dude. There's always hidden cash in the events. What are they on what they're expecting to you? And it's not you. The key with a wine and dine is to never impose like specific things. There's implicit positive feedback, and I highly doubt, based off of A, what I've heard about Squadron 42's state, and B, what I know from content creation experience, that anyone's going to come out of that thing with a negative experience, or will openly be negative about the project. It sounds like they're counting on the country hayseed, this is big city first time flattery to just short out the better driven of some folks. And the people they're inviting are all people who are already positive about the game or are generally excited about it in the first place. There's no already controller support for Star Citizens, and Squadron 42 is a single player, so they don't need to worry about server stability. Wouldn't it make sense for them to release Squadron 42 on consoles so they have more sales? Yeah, but here's the reality about consoles. They're not the same as PCs. And you have to develop a very different quality. You have to optimize it differently. And that takes time and energy. That's why most teams that work with consoles and PC releases will do like a console release done by one team and then a PC release done by another. It's more than just, well, they have controller support. It's like, it's a lot more complicated. As you know, games become more, or as game consoles become more like PCs, it helps a little bit. But game consoles are less powerful than the most powerful PC. And as a result, you have to like do things like LODs differently, all that sort of thing. There's a lot of work adapting to different platforms, and why combine events when they can have two big events that use the second to remind everyone they exist. That's another good point. Now, do I think Squadron is going to get a console treatment? Yeah, eventually. But it depends on a lot of things, like, does CIG have the staff? Do they have the funding? Do they have the time? Can they negotiate a console release with one of the major publishers to get them to pay for it so they don't have to do as much work? That sort of thing. Not Star Citizen necessarily, Squadron 42 for sure, they can run. I don't think consoles in the future will be able to run Star Citizen. Nor will CIG really want to. Though, in theory, the next Xbox will probably be able to run Star Citizen, but CIG doesn't need to release it on Xbox, because the next Xbox will support Steam. And you can run Star Citizen on Steam. I wouldn't put a lot of money on that, Lady Space Patrol. I have a feeling that CIG is going to basically fire everyone who's worked on Squadron, who they don't want to, they don't like, or they don't have a need for with Star Citizen. Hello, Paul. Did you been invited to the Extraordinary Squadron? Nope. Absolutely not. I was not invited. And I won't be invited to any CIG event in the near future. All right, let's go to the station. Star Citizen already runs okay on a Steam Deck, yeah. Less or more? What do you mean for... anyways. Nope, none of the Informers got invites either. Well, Space Mano did, and Loken did, who are technically members of the Informers. But X and Al didn't get an invite. Hey, Space Poseidon. What are the changes? It's all big nothing burger? What are you talking about, Ares? There's a special event they give possibly to buy one Anvil Odin. Yeah, that's the real reason. What are the chances all big nothing burger? Oh, what? The, are you talking about, like, release? y'all, this is, it's a wine and dine. It's not a release party. Sunburnt to a crisp. Oof. It's just like at most the start of an activation, which is just what marketing folks call like a new project. Yeah, no, I would hope CIG, if they were smart, they'd have a capture session that allow people to record their sessions so that they can post those videos online. I'm not gonna like 100% stand by that because I don't trust CIG's marketing to know what they're doing. If there's another Squadron 42 game.
Landing gear down.
Might. There we go.
Landing gear down.
And this is why you're not invited. I know. In all honesty, I wouldn't have been able to go anyways. I'm just, it's October. It's a lot to ask for an event that really won't help myself. And like, even like, let me put it this way: if I got an invite and I went, it would be cool, but at the same time, it would be why? They're not paying for accommodations or travel. Yes, that's correct. Because it's a cool event. That's why it's worthwhile. When if you say something critical, you're blacklisted. All I can tell you is that multiple people have been critical of CIG recently, bigger names than me, and got their partnership revoked and required an intervention from on high to get their partnership back. Okay, whatever. This thing's not working for whatever reason. I'm gonna head to, if I can head to, first in. Like, what value is in it for your relationship? How are you gonna recoup your expenses? A lot of people are just doing it as a cool event. That's what a lot of people are saying it as. Which is fine. Wine and dines are fun. I don't have a strong sense of how much a travel vlog exclusive will recoup your expenses. Probably won't. For the bigger people, it will. You get a write-off on your taxes, too. That is true. Exactly. No one wanted to dance with me. It's a tough dating scene out there, so I'll just say that. That's why I'm glad I'm married.
Quantum fuel is at 25%.
How's Cam's book doing? It's doing okay. Considering she's not really done any marketing for it, it's doing okay. And you expense taxes, not the total cost. Yep. Star Citizen players tend to be wealthier, I do agree. So maybe it's just more of an obnoxious wealth of Star Citizen backers. This is not a free vacation. No. And not something you can just expense and it's free. No. You're still going to have some cost. Sure, exclamation point book should have that link to it. And if you don't, I'll give you the link to the Amazon link. My wife is a fantastic author. She writes a lot of her main
Quantum drive is now off.
No, hit the wrong one. Hold on. It's that long string of nothing. There you go. A little bit more reasonable. I live next to the UK. I did a quick calculation of the weekend from Thursday to Monday. It would cost me at least 1,200 euros. So it must be more expensive for almost everyone else, especially considering fuel costs are going to go up from now to then. The most cheap thing is like the hotel costs typically aren't that expensive there. But plus food, 3 days is a long time. Any time off.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive.
Yeah, the minigun backpack stuff looks great. It's definitely boss battles shit.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
It's not a vehicle, it's an armor. It's basically just a slight modification of the heavy armor gear. The main difference between the heavy armor and the super heavy is that the heavy you can heal yourself, the super heavy you can't, but the super heavy you can carry backpack munitions. Probably also have higher damage resistance threshold, that kind of stuff.
Shield system online.
you can't heal yourself while wearing it. You may not be able to be healed at all, but you can definitely you can't heal yourself for sure. Oh, this is definitely boss battle. The reason why it exists is Squadron 42. They even said it in the monthly reports that this was imported from Squadron 42, which tells me that at one point CIG was talking about how they were going to do boss battles in Squadron. This seems to have been the answer, is to like give an armor that is super heavy that people can like use as like super heavy tanks sort of thing. Yeah, Titan suits are next up. They're also part of Squadron. We'll see when that comes in. It'll probably come in after Squadron. Swap a minigun for a flamethrower and we're in business. I would assume that there's also going to... God damn it. Why do people just litter this shit? Assholes. Yes, we were helping the Iron-Blooded Orphans. Apparently Loken's getting into Gundam because there's a new Gundam store opening up in his near where he lives. So he's like, well, if I'm going to get these models and get these model kits, I'm going to need to know references from Gundam. So he watched the Char's Counterattack, and he watched Iron-Blooded Orphans, and he's like, I'm going to watch Witch from Mercury next. And I'm like, Witch from Mercury is great. Gundam Gay is fantastic. One of the best character dramas of Gundam since outside of Seed. And I unironically suggested Seed, because Seed is such a fantastic melodrama. Gundam base, thank you, yeah. Well, let's all be honest. The best character in Gundam Witch from Mercury, and I forget her name, is the girl with the gigantic hair poofs. The scene where she just fucking decks that chick for making fun of Suletta is one of the best scenes in all of Gundam. It's up there with the Noah Bright slapping the fuck out of Amuro scene. Choo-choo, yeah. The way she just throws hands without hesitation, I'm like, God damn. Ariel's not a Gundam nor is classified as one. Ariel? Yeah, she is. They literally call it a Gundam. Because only witches can pilot Gundams in that universe. All right, let me see what I got on me. I always suggest if you're new to Gundam my tractor beam isn't here. Good thing I stopped, because I definitely need to go get a tractor. Yeah, tractor. Let me remove my helmet to eat or drink. Yeah, I know. Don't ruin the store for people, Dova. That's the kind of the twist. Oh, Iron-Blooded Orphans. Iron-Blooded Orphans is one of the best ways of getting involved into Gundam. It gives you the most Gundam story without requiring you to go through all of the fucking Universal Century. Gundam Wing was my intro as well, because that was like the Toonami thing. Hey, Super, how you doing? Maybe, but how many strays does Australia catch in IBO? None, as far as I know. It's a pure distillation of Gundam, in my opinion, because it's literally about child soldiers. And it doesn't flinch about being about child soldiers. It's also about found family and doing the right thing, and also the horrors of a war. And how sometimes the good guys are explicitly the bad guys, and sometimes the bad guys are actually the good guys. Every Gundam has child soldiers. Iron-Blooded Orphans is literally about child soldiers, though. That's the difference. I gotta go to the cargo deck. Oh yeah, Happy Birthday is a much more fucked up thing in Witch from Mercury. Yep. Yeah, Gundam Gay is good. Witch from Mercury is good. It is also dark. Season 2 gets excessively dark, though Season 1 is also not exactly sunshine and rainbows. Another thing I would suggest doing is you don't need a lot of context to watch 08MS Team. It's the closest you're going to get to GM the anime, GM the Gundam anime.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Vehicles, please.
Your please visitors.
I thought you said iron-blooded dolphins. It was harder to find than orphans. Yeah. I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. G-Quux was great for the first couple of episodes, and then it fell off the fucking cliff because G-Quux ended up being about nostalgia more than being about a good story. When the main characters that you introduce in your first couple of episodes take a side seat for legacy characters because everyone likes fucking Char. It lost its purpose. It became like fan fiction. Referencing other, like there's a lot of cool shots where all just references to other mecha anime in the past. Well, no, it wasn't even more competitive battles. The competitive battles was only like the first couple of episodes. Then it became like, how many legacy characters can we stuff into our story?
Engines online. Quantum fuel is at 100%. Launch complete. Landing complete.
Yes. I think the Gundams in G-Quux are great in terms of the design. I'm just one of those guys who, if I'm gonna watch a series, I want something more than just cool mechs. You can't go wrong with cool mechs. All right, now we've got everything set up, so now we can actually do the contract after an hour doing it in. Unverified, hauling, dead saints. For that raid, welcome everyone from Trust and Dust. My name is Paul Berserker One, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing?
Shield system offline.
Chala Bull was my favorite character in G-Quux. Yeah, he was a good character. Hey, Paul, longtime listener, professional muckraker here. Do you think the Creator Summit at CIG is pulling together? They'll address the elephant in the room of Sarsis being janky and its squad for being an asset flip? What the fuck are you talking about? No.
Quantum drive is now on.
Hey, Victoria,
Quantum drive is now off.
Shadowstalker is memeing, is what it is. You work at a hospital that's been is helped by Gamers Outreach. That's awesome, dude.
Contact.
I love we're doing work with them. They're great.
There is a hangar.
There is a hangar. Thank you for telling me.
Landing gear down.
God, that sucks. Yeah, I would die if there was no AC.
Warning, you are leaving the safe zone. Shield system online. Warning, you are leaving the safe zone. Landing.
Touchdown. Welcome to Lawville.
Launch complete. Landing complete. All engines offline.
How do these hostile NPCs always show up in LZs like this? Do players kite them there or something? It could just be a bad spawn. It could be kiting. Yeah. I gotta show off my baby in the best skin possible. I love this fucking skin. I have rednecked together a solution that has enough duct tape to ride a couple of weeks, but it's barely keeping the house under 80. Oof. I have one. I have an Easy 8 model that I have yet to build. Yeah, best in show 2953. I'm thinking about maybe getting the Goof Custom as well, if I've got the Easy 8. AFK? Okay. I'm using that skin once the Corsair comes in for sale again, hopefully sometime soon. My guess would be IAE. Aye. We're doing a little bit of helping orphans. Don't ask questions. You don't want to know the answers. I didn't know. I have checked out Gundam Assemble. My LFG doesn't handle, or doesn't sell Gundam Assemble.
You are cleared for liftoff.
Yeah, I asked them, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we got the cards." I'm like, "Do you get the minis?" I'm like, no. I'm like, oh, great. Yeah, Pirate Week probably. Probably not Foundation Festival, honestly.
Good luck on your travels. As you leave our atmosphere, it's important to remember that Hurston Dynamics isn't simply known for its industrial dominance.
Landing gear up.
I did some research. Battle mechs and are Gundams, and Gundams are similar in size. They're close to each other, yeah. Depends on the battle mech. Atlases are much bigger than Gundams. The Corsair has as many doors as the Crusader. Yeah, but it's also an exploration ship. A lot of that is compartmentalization for atmosphere. It's not just like, oh yeah, that's the lore logic. It's like that's the game logic too, because each room can have its own atmosphere. All right.
Contact. Shield system offline. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Now, last I saw the RX-78, it was like 10 or 12 feet shorter than the Atlas, but I might be wrong on that one.
Quantum drive is now on.
Do. No. The RX-78 is actually bigger. Random question. Has anything been said on why the Ironclad is capped at 30 energy pips? Not a clue. Hey, Bite Size Hobbit, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, 86 is very similar to IBO. And I also don't think that capping is a good way of looking at it, because I don't think it's like the ironclad is stuck at 30 energy pips. It's more that its base loadout is 30 energy pips. If you swap out the power core, it'll probably increase the energy pips, especially if you have a upgraded power core with the or power plant with the like getting like crafting them. It's like size 3 power plants, right? I put 2 Durangos in it, and it's still at 30. Do Durangos give you higher energy pips now? Because the thing you got to remember is that the they have crafted now, so the quality of the stuff. So if you put 2 in another ship, it would give you 48.
Quantum drive is now off.
All ships with multiple power cores are like that. No. I'm in a Corsair. I know the next patch, the QT fuel changed. I really hope they make hydrogen fuel burn go up. More pips, more burn. At least that's the last time. It was the last time you ran low on hydrogen. I mean, that was the original idea. Was that power was going to be run by hydrogen, so your power and your fuel were in the same pips. Or they're running from the same source. But we'll see. Yep. I think the goal is not to nerf refueling, it's to nerf distance. So people have to refuel more often. To make refueling a viable thing. A lot of partners of Star Citizen aren't going to be what we hope for. CIG seems to be going for a more simplistic perspective on gameplay. More streamlined for a wider audience, less complex. Which is funny because I don't think they're going to attract a wider audience with the kind of game they already have. Even if they change the game, I don't think they won't attract it. Star Citizen isn't the kind of game that gets universal appeal. That's true too. You don't want the game to feel like a job, but like, let's look at it this way. You want the roles that you can do in a ship to matter. Like an engineer should be something you do. Should be something should be something you. It should be engineering. Should be something you do as a job on a ship that actually has impact. That has weight. None of it matters if they can't fix the game now. They'll fix the game. Fixed a game to do content that is mostly busy work. I wish they would focus on features more than fine-tune their game later. That's going to be an argument that the Star Citizen fandom is going to have until CIG shuts down the servers. Because quite honestly, there have been people who are like, I don't care about new things, fix your game first, then add new things, which, you know, is fundamentally not how games are made. Because anything you optimize and fix, you're going to have to replace or improve later, which is going to cause more problems down the road. So, like, you sit there and you fix the game, and then after you fix the game, you make a new thing, it'll break the game again, and you have to fix the whole thing again. But for a game like Star Citizen, you need active players and people funding it. So without the funding, you don't get to make the game. Because, like, what I'm playing right now is not the final version of Star Citizen, at least hopefully. Hey, Paul, I hope your Sunday is going decently, and upcoming week has improved over the previous one. I mean, last week wasn't bad.
Fuel is at 75%.
Because, as I've said before, I wouldn't have been able to go even if they did invite me, because I've got responsibilities. But on top of that, I wouldn't have wanted to go anyways, because what's the value in going to CIG to have to play the game ahead of time, other than, yeah, I played it, it's kind of cool. Like, it's much more valuable for me on the day of the special Snowflake event to post a video on the lore of Squadron 42. Because that's going to get a lot of hype, because people are already talking about Squadron 42, so it'll be caught up in the algorithm, and people want to hear that story. So But Stars isn't a normal game dev. It needs to do things differently even how they choose to fund the game, so to speak. Exactly. That's the problem. Yeah, I've been lazy the last couple of weeks. I've been meaning to get my lore videos done. I need to actually sit down and doing it. You're not gonna get it, Johnny. CIG's not gonna release a demo for people. I don't think they'll even do a demo until maybe after they release the game, if they have the staff still around to do it. What's it like being the only sane person who gets those concepts, Paul? Like I'm a crazy person, and those like doom and gloom, you know, end is nigh folks on the street. That's what it feels like. Everyone looks at me like I'm crazy.
Drive is now off.
Cassandra Pub. Hey, Pete. Time to take your pills, Paul. I am a Titanfall 2 fan, so thank you for reminding me.
Quantum drive is now on.
You think they'll go back and update the lore pages on the RSI website? They've done it in the past. They'll probably do a little bit of it if they have the time to.
Contact. Shield system online.
Yeah, I don't like to being reminded that Titanfall came out, and Titanfall 2 came out in like 2018. Or did it come out in 2016? Please don't tell me it came out in 2016. Fuck, it's been 10 years. It has been a decade. Oh. It'll be a decade the end of this year.
Stand by for Titanfall.
There's one right here.
Engines offline.
Boop, 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 boop. Nope, that's not good. Let me pull these out, and then I'll close it up. Who are we gonna shout out there, Iris? Yes, we do love you, PD. There's 3. Where's the 4th one? There's the one. There's 3. Or are there 5? Haven't put them all down. What the fuck? Nobody here. Is there another? Well, time to load everything back up and see if there's another... Wait. This one? No. I'll load everything back up and see what I gotta go. People break elevators by backspacing on them. That's fantastic. Is this one over here? It looks like it's one. No, it doesn't look like it. There's a freight elevator over there. That's where that dude was going. Yeah, Pyro doesn't really need better lights because it's Pyro. It's kind of the whole point of it. The fact that there's 5 of these means I'm gonna have to like transport all of them over one at a time. Yes, I could load them back up in my ship and drive them, fly them back over there, but I don't know if I'd have space to land over there. Wouldn't it be nice if there was an environmental factor to play into how you traverse Pyro, right? As if there was, like, you know, meaning to the systems that actually gave them flavor and something other than the same system but slightly different, because, you know. generic excuse. Not these things. These are too big for it. The issue with flares was not just that they were flaring at different times, it was that they were very work in progress. It was very like, here's a big flash and here's some environmental effects. And at the time, they didn't have the environmental effects for radiation. It does need a flatbed truck. It sort of has one, but like, there's no way I would be getting this, like, traversing this terrain right here with the flatbed truck. I mean, the honest to God answer is, if you're going to do an environmental thing like a flare, what I would do is have it so that people have a chance to avoid it. So like you get an idea of a warning of a cone of like where the flare is coming from, where the CME is coming from. And then you take that cone radius of a CME, and players have to get out of the way of that location. Or if you're unable to do so, to have some sort of preparations you can give. Like, oh no, I'm not gonna be able to do it. We need to be able to like divert power to shields. And then there's some sort of interplay you have to do between your shields and the rest of, what the fuck did I just hit? Oh, this is gonna just be moved. Neat, good to know that. Where'd my other pod go? That was a mistake. Here's hoping that wasn't one of those ones that I needed. It was the one of those that I needed. All right, let's see if I can find it. Yes, it was. Yep. It is what it is. Star Citizen's gonna Star Citizen. I mean, the issue with that is that if they stop expanding, this is the game we have. Like, that's it. This is there's no exploration, there's no hacking, there's no there's no bounty hunting. In terms of like more advanced bounty hunting, there's no more advanced medical, no new quantum travel, no environmental effects, no base building. This 3 systems, no farming, no cooking. Yeah. For a lot of people don't realize this exists. You can actually just hit submit and it'll complete for you. Plus you get money for it and such. And go back to Stanton for it. No fishing? Well, I mean, like, the honest to God answer... The honest to God, the reality is that, like, most people who backed the game back in between 2012 and 2020 want more to this game than just what we have now. I understand the impulse of CIG should just stop adding new things and just focus on making things better. They did that last year, and they got a lot of money for it, but they also basically stagnated. If they do it again, I don't think Star Citizen is going to live very long. Like, it'll live for a couple years, but with like a hardcore fan base, but they'll stop growing. So be it. They should go step by step. Just keep adding the issues they already have. By the time they finish the issues, it'll be so deep that it'll be impossible to solve. So you just give up on Star Citizen. Star Citizen, this is the best we're going to get with Star Citizen. Might as well optimize it and call it a day.
Landing gear up.
They'll still add stuff. No. If they have to stop right now and just focus on what they have, anything they add is going to break the game. So it would be static is what we have now. Yeah, optimization for feature complete is adding more tech debt and breaking those optimizations in the next patch. It's basically the same thing as what's going on. No, not giving up. Just fix before evolving and expanding. It would still break. Michael, what you're asking for is for the game to stop, optimize everything right now, add more things, break again, stop, optimize everything right now, add more things, break again, stop, optimize everything. That's what's happening. That's what you're asking for. So basically tents take the next 20 years and that will kill the game. Yeah. That's the end of the game.
Shield system offline.
Gaslight. Fueling. Where is? We'll go to Megumi. I'm just glad the game has such good bones and promise that promise of what it can be. It's got okay bones. There are problems inside the game, but they're not unsolvable. The reality of the situation is that CIG is in a no-win situation. And it's because of their choice of revenue, how they're making money rather than going to a publisher. Because it's an alpha and everyone's got to play it, the game has to be somewhat playable. At the same time, they have to add new features. Every time they add new features, it's going to make the game unstable and break. But without adding new features, the game gets stale. So, yeah. Open development's a hell of a bitch. Not only will no big development studio attempt this in the future, Star Citizen is a game that will never be made by anybody else. there will never be another Star Citizen. No matter how much people hope for a Star Citizen, how much people like the idea of a Star Citizen, no other games company or independent studio will ever make a Star Citizen because it's not profitable. It costs a lot of money to do and a lot of money to upkeep. It's a miracle that CIG has managed to survive as long as they have. I do not believe these issues would be present in the state if they had prioritized Star Citizen. They'd have already built tools for live services out, including more comprehensive team structure and validation. Probably. They wouldn't have hired as many people for Squadron and focused on Star Citizen. But that ship sailed when they said they're going to do Squadron 42 before. Yeah. And they're making an open development and basically a live service game. Yep. The reality of Star Citizen is also very weird because in a time period when games are getting simpler, not more complex, and I don't mean in like, simpler as in easier or whatever. I mean simpler as in things are getting more focused and less broad. Star Citizen is going broad.
Quantum fuel is at 50%.
Mugenics and company. Yeah, Mugenics is a great example of that. But generally speaking, it's like, let's put it this way. What is the top? What's the top game currently on Steam? Look at the store currently. All right, so the current top games on Steam is Mecha Chameleon, which is a party game, which is super simple. Marvel Rivals, which is just a free-to-play, simple arena shooter. Path of Exile, which is a little bit more complicated, but it's more focused. Path of Exile 2. Dead by Daylight, simple game, open world racing of Forza 6, a Steam Deck, Destiny 2, Steam Controller, Wuthering Waves, and Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. So, of the top 10, most of these are either very focused on being one thing, RPG, co-op game, friend game, or like, you know, Destiny 2, which is a multiplayer looter shooter, that kind of thing. So very few GTA will probably be the exception to this rule, but more games rather than are rather focused on established genre with a specific scope. It's not Star Trek, it's Star Trek The Colony Sim. Yeah, exactly. Bridge Simulator, that kind of thing. Because first off, that traditionally is how you make games. And second of all, a lot of that stuff is also not online because servers are fucking expensive. Arena Commander free to play on Steam, good? I mean, I think it would be a good idea. They will never do it because CIG forgets that Arena Commander exists. Nah, GTA 6 won't have online roleplay fast. It'll be because that's going to be a PC thing. I wouldn't say Star Citizen's an afterthought. I would say Star Citizen is the secondary obligation. Like it's the secondary goal. After that implies that nobody actually knows what they're doing. That I find that to be like not the case. Squadron 42 and Star Citizen were considered the same by the Kickstarter goals. They weren't seen as different at the time. They weren't seen as like, it wasn't like, oh, Squadron 42 came first and then Star Citizen came afterwards. I have found no evidence of that, despite people claiming that for years. Everything I've found is that Squadron 42 was referenced at the same time as Star Citizen everywhere. Even in interviews, I haven't seen Chris or the people involved in that early basement meeting. The reality is, though, is that... Put it upside down. The reality is, though, is that Squadron 42 has helped develop Star Citizen. For better or for worse. A lot of the stuff we have, like for instance, this is only because of Squadron. This is from Squadron. Engineering imported from Squadron. The only thing that's unique to Star Citizen is server meshing. But pretty much everything else that's been added to the game was added to Squadron first, or developed for Squadron first. Oh, no. Squadron 42 is the spiritual successor to Wing Commander. That's clearly not, like, in dispute. The thing is that Star Citizen is supposed to be the spiritual successor to Freelancer. That was its original idea. We don't have much engineering for engineering right now. Neither does Squadron. But the roots, the core technology that was developed for Squadron was imported into Star Citizen. Contracts, got enough for one more, I think. Nope, we do not have him. She is not happy with me. Because well, let's go to a place, log out and log back in. That'll probably help. Go to a different server. What's a good space to log out? Not Mixed Gateway, it's too far. Let's go to ArtCorp. It feels like an afterthought. I know it feels like an afterthought, for sure. I get that. Because it's not the main focus. But it's also very dramatic to say that if Squadron 42 was released today, that Star Citizen would be better tomorrow. The reality is that it would still take months, if not years, for all of the attention to be put on Star Citizen, for it to be at the level that everybody wants it to be. And the biggest problem for Star Citizen is not the gameplay features. The biggest problem is the back end, which has nothing to do with Squadron 42. And it's not one of those things you can like hire your way through. You can't like hire 17 new developers to fix the problem, because it would still take them 6 months to a year, and there's no guarantee that they would fix the problem.
Quantum drive is now off.
Yep. The old Mythical Man month there, Alec. For those who don't know, the Mythical Man month is you cannot increase the pace of development of a project simply by adding new people to it. In fact, if anything, it'll slow down the project because you have to get those people up to speed and get them involved. Now, I always have my addition to the Mythical Man month, which is, but once you add those people in and get them up to speed, it can improve after they've gotten up to speed. But again, it's still not guaranteed. No, I do think that CIG makes prioritizations in a weird way. Obviously, they need the backend services to work, but it also feels like the things that they should be focusing on, like social tools, are being put as a backseat compared to things like the tactical strike groups. I like tactical strike groups. They're fun, and when they work, they're great. And they don't break often. It's not like they break all the time. I've had a break like once or twice.
Shield system online. Landing gear down. Landing gear up.
But the focus on giving the resources and time to the mission team means that you don't have resources and time to give to other teams. It only helps if the process to produce an efficient work is already in good place. Bad management can't handle bigger teams, and middle management changes all the time. Yep, that's a problem that CIG has. It's not unique to CIG, but it's definitely a problem that CIG has.
Landing gear down. Landing complete. Engines offline.
No, we don't know the details for that. Actually, we kind of do, but not directly. They can always lower the scope, reduce the complexity, and maybe remove taxing gameplay systems, but they won't do that. Well, here's the question. What does lower the scope mean? What does reduce the complexity or removing taxing gameplay systems? Because some of those gameplay systems are the reason why people purchased the game. So if you remove some gameplay systems, people will just leave. And if they leave, you lose that gameplay player base, which may also mean you lose that income and new players coming in. That's not something that happens overnight, mind you.
Your vehicle has been moved. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
But it's certainly something that happens. Well, we know no physical cargo, smaller max ship size, no big ships for real money. So yeah, you would have to refund all of those large ship purchases, which they won't do because they've already spent that money. More performance cities would mean that they have to rework the entire city program that they have right now, which wouldn't work. They're probably already working on some of that stuff anyways. And no physical cargo would remove like tractor beam necessary requirements. To many ships that have tractor beams would become less valuable. That's my point. That's a bit my point. They're in too deep and failing to make it happen. Basically, yeah. No, they're at a stage where they built a game without understanding the rules of the game and are now trying to make the rules of the game up in order to better in order to scrape together a game that makes sense. The game, as it's shaping up now, is in the right direction. To a degree. One of the things that I'm very concerned about, and the more I've seen the development move, the more I'm becoming pessimistic about, is reputation. I think CIG is entirely removing the idea of negative reputation, so there is no consequences to your actions. There's not really a reason. You can be, number one with the pirate skill, number one with the haulers guild. You can be, it's Skyrim in space. You can be the head of all of the different guilds, and you're solid. No consequences to your actions. When was the last time they talked about rep? They talked about rep with the lore team a couple years ago, and in that discussion, they specifically said they were getting rid of a negative reputation. I don't even think they talked about 1.0 panel. If they talked about it at the 1.0 panel, it was much more likely just like sort of the consequences, or like how reputation fills into their like overall goal. Instead, they're building their own negative reputation. I understand why they're doing the invite-only Squad 42 thing, but it feels like a kick in the gut. They canceled Sitcon to do this, and they're leaving most of the backers out of the hype. It's not the bad move. It's not a bad move. I'm saying that as somebody who was also not part of the special fun club anymore. It's not a bad move. It's the right move for promoting the game. What's real? The real thing is, would you have preferred a digital Citizen Con where they say that they've delayed Squadron 42 until next year at that Citizen Con? The point I'm saying though, is that in the end, CIG is going to do what CIG is going to do.
Hey.
I do too, Silhouette. I feel like that's an important part of the vision that Chris and team had for Star Citizen early on, which makes the game far more interesting and engaging, is having your choices matter. What you do is going to affect your gameplay direction. But the fact of the matter is they're getting simplistic. They're simplifying the game. They're trying to streamline it to a degree while keeping everything that's already been sold in the game reasonable. And that doesn't work because the reason why the ships that were sold in game, or ships were sold for this game, a lot of them are complex. They're just for a complex game. And simplifying or streamlining those out will basically make those ships pointless, and it'll leave bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. But that's going to happen. Instead of seeing G saying, yeah, we delayed it without having anything to show. Exactly. At least they're showing people that the game isn't just smoke and mirrors. They're letting people play it, even if it is their own hand-picked group. So we should care when these people report back it's real guys. You'd be surprised, Lady Space Patrol, how many people believe that the game doesn't exist. That honestly think that this game, that Squadron 42 is just a pipe dream that CIG is lying about, and smoke and mirrors. That is a very common take in the community. God damn, they really fucked me over, didn't they? Still trainee. Wow. Okay. So we'll do an interstellar mission. Riari Lab on Selin.
Hey.
Well, will be CIG that will allow what can be showed and what cannot be showed in those videos. Will still be good news instead of pure silence and hoping we forget.
Your vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following. Please visit us again.
It's all right, y'all. I am not exactly in an overly optimistic mood about Star Citizen and CIG in general. So I understand being negative, but there's also being realistic. CIG is not going anywhere for a couple of years. Squadron 42 is going to be released next year. Come hell or high water, likely. Star Citizen's going to continue to develop. They'll find ways to fix some of these issues. They'll make record amounts of profits this year. Guarantee it. Like, they'll end up with more money this year than they've ended up last year. So, doom and gloom is not warranted in the current day. Frustration can be warranted because that's CIG is very frustrating. But this is not something that's going to end overnight. Now, as I have said for a long time, I am concerned about the long-term viability of Star Citizen, about Star Citizen 1.0 and beyond. Gigameters. Let's see what we know. CIG is definitely doing something that nobody else has done, for good or for ill. Yes, for good or for ill, they sold hospitals and farm ships. You'll probably never get in your lifetime, so you could make something else. You can't even buy. You can't even buy yet. Instead, I'm not saying CIG is right, but I'm saying it is what it is. I'm not saying be fair or be patient. I'm just saying we're just in a situation where we are in. It is unlikely to change. The dynamic of Star Citizen is unlikely to change in the next 2 years. Possibly even 3. More people need to be angry. I like how it's starting to get tepid in waters. I'd like waters to boil more quickly, like it does every time I watch a pot. It's not gonna happen. The thing about the Refundians and those sorts of folks is they come at Star Citizen from the idea that CIG is at its core a scam, a mismanaged scam. That they actively know they're fucking over people and they don't care because they're getting paid for it. When the problems at CIG are less active malice and more incompetence, or just over-exuberance without understanding without understanding what's going on. Sounds like every company I've ever heard of. Yeah, most companies are like Star Citizen. Most, and hate to burst everyone's bubble, but most gaming companies are like CIG now. Like CIG is very on par with the average gaming company, company, except they're bigger than the average game company. This is no longer the scrappy, fun little dev of 2012 to 2016. This is EA. This is Activision. This is Microsoft. That's what this is. There's no difference. Light No Fire. I'm actually really excited for Light No Fire. But yeah, that's always the real thing that I tell people. If you're really frustrated with CIG, just stop playing Star Citizen. If you're really mad and you don't want CIG to succeed, stop giving them metrics, which is stop playing their game, play other games, start supporting other games you like, go join those communities, enjoy yourself in the. We don't got a lot of time left. Nobody on this planet has got infinite amounts of time, so don't spend your time being mad at a game that you can't change. Just move on. Main problem is they don't have enough people with experience managing live service, which is no surprise since people good at that can pull some big paychecks outside of gaming. I'm not playing and I'm still so frustrated. That's not helping. Any thoughts on when Star Citizen should be ready for, is it more WoW that is never ready but keeping it updation? That's probably going to be more like that. It's going to be never ready but keeping the foundations. The big key is we don't know how long it's going to take for them to get to 1.0. They still have a lot of stuff to get done. And it's clear that this year has sort of smashed into a wall in terms of the development. So things are probably slowing down a little bit while they fix some of those issues. What do you mean it's super easy? I don't know the context, what you're saying, Rex. Stream, my name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing?
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
You gonna head out, bud? Have a good day, bud. Thank you for trusting me with your folks. What was Sven Tool update. Up to chat. What would your main game MMORPG if not Star Citizen? That's a good question. I played a lot of DayZ back in the day. I'm not a huge MMORPG guy simply because like I've played a couple. There's not like a lot of games that I found to be excessively interesting. I mean, I like BattleTech and MechWarrior, but that's not much of a community. It's pretty small for a community. Nah, Eve is too complicated for me. Yeah, MWO is, last I checked, is fairly small, though. That's the problem. Like, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Star Citizen. I wouldn't be doing content creation if it wasn't for Star Citizen. Star Citizen was the thing that got me really into making content. Does that mean I will only ever make content for Star Citizen? Obviously not. I've made content for other games and will continue to make content for other games. But I haven't found a game that is worth the time and energy, that has the community that I would like to support and all kind of stuff. I do like big stumpy robot games. Maybe you can become a Squadron content creator. I'm definitely going to do a lot of Squadron stuff. I do like Squadron. Squadron's a lot more... It's a lot easier to mess with. And when Squadron comes out, there'll be mods eventually for it and all that sort of thing. How long can Squadron 40 content be milked for? I don't know. How long can Skyrim or Fallout or Dark Souls, how long can that be milked for? We're talking about a 40-plus hour game that has social aspects, FPS aspects, puzzle-solving aspects. Stories, hidden elements. The key with games, just like the key to life, is diversity.
Engines online. Launch complete.
people still think that Squadron 42 is this like intro to Star Citizen. Like, oh, it's just a tutorial for Star Citizen. It's like, guys, it is a 40-hour plus cinematic experience. Yeah, Cody, you're not wrong. Detaching yourself from Star Citizen in terms of at least having some detachment, not putting all of your eggs in one basket, sort of thing, is a good move. Save.
Quantum drive is now on.
Yeah, you don't get Gillian Anderson and Mark Hamill for an intro tutorial to a game. Yeah. That might be a good idea. They did say that they wanted to do co-op eventually in Squadron, so. What I think might happen is people are going to figure a way to hack a co-op mode. Oh, for sure. One of the things that's very clear about the Star Citizen community is that it's filled with very talented, very interesting folks who know what they're doing. So once Squadron is out, there is going to be excessive amounts of modifications to Squadron, and then of course people are going to take Squadron and try to import Star Citizen assets into Squadron, including entire levels, to see if they can do a Star Citizen single player. Think how 5M and Red M work with GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2. No, I'm in CIG's shit list, Skynet, so I won't be invited to any CIG events for the near future at the very least. So no, I wasn't invited. Only if the files are good for modding. This is crucial. Otherwise, mod makers will not be so interested. Well, that's the thing, is there are plenty of games that have not, it's not easy to modify the game, that people find ways of modifying the game. I come from a passionate community of Titanfall fans, and we managed to find a way to modify the networking stuff, which wouldn't have been possible. They created their own networking system specifically so that people could play Titanfall 2 in like private matches away from away from the hacking that was relentless in the Titanfall community. Only after the community created that did EA actually speak up and try to actually fix the problems. But the fact that that already existed in Titanfall shows that it doesn't matter if it's easy or not. What matters is if there's passion. And there's plenty of passion for the Star Citizen community. Wow, Jaded, I'm sorry. He'll change his channel to Punished Astropub shortly. Yes. What the fuck, for real? So sorry, brother. Turns out, when you expose the delays that they've been hiding from the community, they don't like that. Fully understood it was going to be a problem. Did it anyways, because it is what it is. I wouldn't have been able to make it to the event, besides all that fact.
Quantum drive is now on.
I hope I'm wrong. I think you are wrong, bro. Oh, no, so I made that video about how I learned that CIG delayed Squadron till 2027, and CIG removed me from their partner program, and I'm basically on their blacklist. We're like, they will never outwardly reference me again. Hey, CIG is petty, and that's fine. I myself have been known to be petty. I'm also not a billion-dollar company, but, you know. Yep. The reality is that at the end of the day, CIG doesn't help my content anyways. Whether I was a partner or not a partner, I would have been making content for Star Citizen as it is. I'll still make Star Citizen lore content. I'll still play the game, talk about it.
Landing gear down.
Aside from the personal perspective, this is a shit move, honestly. They're indeed a big company like Ubisoft and so on, so this is crazy, honestly. The thing that's most disappointing to me was they didn't even bother to send me an email to explain it. And these are folks who've been working there, who I've known personally for years. I consider many of them friends. Not so much anymore, since they don't even have the professional courtesy to send me an email. And that's the sad part. That's the saddest part. It's more like these folks who I thought would at least have given me the courtesy of a question of like, why did you do it? What's going on? Instead chose to burn the bridges. It's like, that's sad. It says a lot about the character of the people who work in the community team, which is even worse because I know a lot of them are really good folks. But it is what it is. Am I decoupled? I did. Okay. Oh yeah, no. Cody, if they're willing to take their only lore tuber and do what they did with me, I shudder to think what they would do with somebody who questions management at CIG. Paul, you're one of the best Star Sisters, honestly on point, but unfuck them. I'm just here for the game, man. At the end of the day, I always was, and I always said that I wasn't going to hold back my critique of CIG, regardless of my status. I think I've proven that. Come on, let me in. We've already seen quite a lot from Squadron 42. Not sure if the preview event will make much of a difference. I think it will, because there's a lot of people who believe that what we saw in 2024 was just smoke and mirrors, was pre-rendered, it was created just for the event, which, again, based off the people I've talked to, that's not the case. So showing off other parts of the game and having people other than them do it, even if it is, yes, they're handpicked folks who come in and talk about it, we'll definitely get a lot more people like, oh, see, it's actually real. Again, wine and dines are normal. These sorts of things happen all the time in gaming. And they're for that same reason. It's to sort of just like get people to come in and play the game and then sort of talk to their audience and be like, listen, this is real and this is what I like and don't like about it. Are you more angry or sad about the situation? More sad. Like I said, me being part of their partner program and working directly with them, it was nice, but I didn't get exclusive access specifically because of that. I didn't get anything but ships, which were nice to get ships. I think Paul's more disappointed than anything. That's probably a better way of putting it. I get it, bro. That's it. I mean, that is the situation. I'm not going to be able to change it. You're not going to be able to change it. It's okay to be upset about it, but don't ruin Star Citizen simply because, you know, someone you like who makes content, like, got on their bad side. Yeah, free ships on release, and it's also about giveaways. Those are both of those things. And those are nice things, but I didn't get exclusive inside information because of this. I didn't, like, get things that I could make content out of. Look at Mike. Mike has people who work at CIG who follow him and watch him on a regular basis. And Mike has been persona non grata for CIG's marketing team for year plus. Still in atmosphere? I am still in atmosphere. Would you have gone? No, I wouldn't have been able to go. It's in the middle of October. I'm usually doing. I'm in school at that point. Who's left that's on their good side? A lot of folks. Morph, Space Tomato,
is
I'm sure Detox is. I know Loken is. God, who else? You got invited? Congratulations, Wookie. I hope you go.
Quantum drive is now on.
Good job, bud. Hope you enjoy it. You of all people deserve it. You getting fucking snubbed by CIG so many goddamn times.
Quantum drive is now off.
Yeah, it's lots of folks. Gonna take on an airplane? Unfortunately, no.
Shield system online.
Paul, you have the possibility, would you change that video you made? Nope. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would change is the very beginning. I kind of stumbled a bit because I didn't really explain well that I've been talking with the developers since 2024 specifically, and I've been keeping up talking with them about the game every so often from time to time.
Landing gear down.
That would be the only thing I changed for like clarification purposes. It wasn't as clear that one. But no, I wouldn't. It's both bad business and bad morals to lie to your customers, especially if they paid you money. And that's what they're doing.
Engines offline.
Question no one asked yet. No, PC 101 asked that earlier. He said if I would have gone, I wouldn't have been able to go. So that's another reason why I'm not super upset about it, is because it's just like, well, I wouldn't have been able to go anyways. I have responsibilities. And I also probably wouldn't have gone because this is the tactical, like, content creator side of things. So what's going to happen if all of the content creators are in Manchester? For me, like ignoring my limitations personally, I probably wouldn't have gone anyways, even if I had all of the options, because I don't see personally the advantage of going to play the game that's going to be released in like 3 to 6 months after that anyways. Would it have been cool? Sure. But I don't see the value in doing so for the audience, for y'all, because it's like, I've played Squadron 42, here's my thoughts. That, I mean, sure, some of you would like that, but most of you would rather play the game yourself. And with everyone being gone there to do that, to the fun wine and dine, I would have been able to make content of my own where there's no real anybody else making stuff. Yep, I'm in a better position to be able to push stuff on my own. Like I already said, like I know what I'm going to do on October 9th. You're going to see a complete history of Squadron 42 pushed out on October 9th from me. Why? Because why not? I'll release the lore video on Squadron 42 on their big hype thing, so people now will watch my video because they're like, hey, hype, and this is information that I don't know about Squadron. Why not? I talked about this with folks, I don't know if they're here, at the Bar Citizen, the International Bar Citizen, which was basically like, hey, I would absolutely I absolutely am waiting for Squadron to come out. I'd want it to come out sooner rather than later because I can then release a bunch of videos on Squadron, on the lead up to Squadron.
Engines online. Launch complete.
I mean, they could. They could be extremely petty, but I don't know if they'd want that smoke. Misk is supreme. Drake is dookie. Fuck you, Dig Dug. In your opinion, why are they making this move to invite some specific creators of streamers on that event? So, let me talk about this. I've talked about it a little bit, but hello, I worked in marketing for a little bit when I was younger. I come from a marketing family. Both my parents have MBAs in marketing. They've worked in large corporations. They've worked for corporations, for technology corporations, for games, but mostly they did over-the-counter marketing research. So for over-the-counter sort of like off-the-shelf stuff. So I worked with them when I was younger. When I got older, they did other things, and I specifically ended up working as a consultant for several of them, and had a chance to be a semi-brand manager for a bit. So between the ages of like 15 and 21, I did some of that as part of a job. So I learned a lot of it on hands-on on the job. And so with that said, what they're doing, what the October thing is it's called a wine and dine. This is where you bring people in who will be enthusiastic about your product or have interest in your product in the first place. And in the old school, you'd get them a nice meal, you'd get them nice wine, you basically make them feel comfortable, and then, you know, chat with them, you know, make sure everyone's friends. Then you show them the product. So they're in a good mood. They see your product. They're in front of you. So they have a little bit more of an obligation to be nicer, at least more cordial. And then when you leave, you're in a much better mood to say nice things, or at least cordial things about the people who invited you over. It's like, oh yeah, I got to go out and do this and these things, and these folks are really nice. And so that's free advertising. You'll see this a lot with games. They do it frequently, like play testing. Like, you know, you'll see videos, I played insert game here are my thoughts, that kind of thing. It's a very common tactic in video game marketing. It works very well, especially on folks who are already primed to be positive about your game. So, it's not necessarily yes men. It's you want to grab people who people will trust, because just getting people who already say yes to everything you do doesn't actually convince folks. But getting people, typically you get people who might not be directly involved in your community with video games, but would be tangentially interested in it. And CHG hasn't seemed to invite any of those folks, which tells me they're probably going to do another wine and dine with the people like Shroud and those folks, but they'll pay for their time to come out and do those sorts of things. Control 2 just did one in London. Ace Combat 8 did one before the announcement of the release date at PlayStation, the PlayStation presentation. Star Fox did the same thing with the announcement of Star Fox release. It is super fucking common. It is like ridiculously common. Controlled launch in T-minus 5 minutes. Well, here's the other thing. It's important to note that these sorts of things are not the end of an activation of a marketing campaign. They usually mark the beginning of a marketing campaign. Because, you know, you usually have them around a big announcement. And it would be kind of pointless to bring a bunch of people in to play the game and like then a week later release the game to everybody else. That seems like that's a waste of money and time. Just do a launch event rather than do a preview.
Shield system offline.
When my dad did sales management for 30 years, he was doing a whole lot of wining and dining, take them out to a ball game, nice dinners, shows, etc. and keep buying the products. It works. It's an old tactic. Now, it's not necessarily, it sounds sinister. It's not necessarily sinister. A lot of times it's to try to put a human face on the product, because people will go, well, do I want to keep purchasing this product, or do I even trust this product? And when you put like the person who's making the product in front of them, like, most people aren't going to be like, fuck you. You know, most people will be at least a little bit humble and a little bit like, be a little bit cordial, because, you know, they invited you out, you know? Yeah. I mean, Star Fox is getting a new release rushboard. That's why I mentioned that. Almost like a press docket, yeah. They're not really making influencers. Rule, and most of the people who they invited already are influencers. But if you look at the people they invited, they almost always all have a current relationship with CIG in some way. Like Lens Nation is going. Fantastic dude. Does a lot of the photography and other work for Atmo Esports. Croncy is going. Croncy works with Atmo Esports. You got a lot of the content creators who've been invited. Wicked Wookie, who does videos. There's Fatbird got invited. He makes videos too. I'm sure Citizen Spooner. There's probably going to be most of the Star Citizen content creator community that you know of are probably going to this event, or at least we're invited to the event. Because this isn't a small like meet and greet. This is a huge fucking group. My guess is 100+ people. Croncy said today he's not going. It falls over his kid's first birthday. Yeah, but he was invited, is my point. Yeah, but I mean, I hate to shit on you, PC, but like, you're not exactly the most positive person when it comes to Star Citizen. They didn't even invite Dartwall.
Quantum drive is now on.
Yeah, they didn't invite. I'm sure they didn't invite Nubifier. I know they didn't invite Inforunners. I'm sure they wouldn't have invited Buzzkill or Avenger One. Miz already rage fluid that people are special influencers are getting to play Squadron before everybody else, and people are mad about that. Well, Brooks hasn't done Star Citizen in 2 months. Yeah, they didn't invite X or Al, no.
Quantum drive is now off.
Now, this is going to be hard to say this. It's hard to take, chat. But this is not a bad move on CIG's part. It's a smart move. This is not a bad decision on their part. I'm just surprised that they're doing it with so many people. That's a good sign. I mean, CIG at least understands to a degree what their community is like. No, you don't invite the salty part of the community because those folks will ask questions you don't want to answer. They'll point out the parts that are probably not as because their brand is all about finding the flaws in what would exist. I like that I'm now part of the salty part of the community, which is funny. No, there's no point. You do not have an NDA with these sorts of events. You want them to talk about it. That's why you invite them. This is not a secret wine and cheese club. This is something you do specifically to get people to talk. You kept a seat warm for you. I would be surprised. I talked about we did a video. We did some buyer's guides on the info owners recently. And when he told me he didn't get invited, I was like, we were like, that's kind of weird that you and Al didn't get invited. But now that you think about it, it's like, yeah, he did the Galaxy thing, which means that they probably don't want that information. It's also too late to make changes. Nah, it's not too late to make changes. They could change it up if they wanted to. They won't though. There's no reason to. They'll invite people they may have not invited. Like, for instance, there's a couple of people who are surprised that people who aren't necessarily salty didn't get invited. It's because CIG has a blind spot. Yeah, the building, the base building module. Because X was the one who exposed that. YouTube's a big blind spot. YouTube's a huge blind spot for them. Oh, that's working now. I like that. Physics is updated. They want the enthusiastic. Oh, yeah. They want the people who will be absolutely fucking floored by this shit and be like super excited. Well, I'm not saying like, what the hell happened to my other? I'm not saying like I'm going to get an invite. I don't think that ship has sailed. What I'm saying is there's plenty of people who didn't get invites, who weren't necessarily, who were just too low on the list. Mr. Silver, here's the thing. This is the crazy part. I've never held back. See, I just finally caught up with who I am. Well, I know folks who are really small streamers who got invited. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Because you don't want to have just the big names anyways for this. But I mean, there are folks who do content on TikTok, on social media, and also YouTube who haven't gotten invited. Yeah, it's probably cheaper for them to do more remote partnerships instead of paying everyone to come to their studio. What was the big deal about the base building module? So basically CIG used the Galaxy as a base building, as the concept for a base building module when they announced base building.
Engines online. Launch complete. Landing gear up. Shield system offline.
They're sending out more if people don't RSVP to make sure their seats are full. It says in the invite itself. Okay, yeah. So yeah, there's definitely gonna send out some more folks. Well, the thing was that they said specifically they were going to do a base building module in that presentation. And then X did an interview with John Crew, and he asked about the base building module for the Galaxy, and John Crew said there is no base building module for the Galaxy. And so X announced, hey, yeah, no, there's going to be no base building module for the Galaxy. People lost their fucking shit because they're like, well, you said explicitly that there was going to be one. It was using an example. And John Crew said, well, I didn't say shit, because he didn't. It was Todd Pappy who said it. And basically it was like, well, you either admit that you're not going to do it and double down, which will cause people to refund the Galaxy because they only purchased it because they thought they could buy a base building module in the future, or you create a base building module. So he had to be like, all right, we're going to make a base building module for it somehow. Thank you, dear Brian. They forgot they mentioned it on stage with Todd Pappy. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing at CIG. They should invite Carnage. He likes space games. He hates Star Citizen. Snores a lot. He fucking hates Star. They will never invite Co. I really kind of hope they do, because they're very funny. They would get ripped to shreds by Co. Again, that just means they're a corporation. Yeah. A corporation built off of a foundation that isn't corporate, which is the problem. Yeah, it's not the focus of my content, but that's just what it is. CIGB petty.
Shield system online.
Right. He is one to admit when the game is good, for sure. But he has fundamental problems with CIG as a company that he's expressed online without any regret. I would give CIG a lot of roses if they actually invited someone like him. Because that would be the chutzpah to actually, like, drag somebody who is a avowed, open denier of your company and say, listen, look, we've improved. Take a look at this. Oh, I've seen some negative stuff from him. Mostly about Star Citizen, yeah.
Quantum drive is now on.
We know about some of the larger game YouTubers, Obsidian Ant. I don't know if Obsidian Ant will be, or XP will be invited. Obsidian is... I don't know if they know about Obsidian, and if they do, they probably know about his sort of more cynical take at Star Citizen. I spoke to him last night. Who the hell? And as of last night, he didn't get an invite. I think he was assuming he was going to get an invite when he did that video. But yeah, Mix is never getting that kind of stuff. Would a community convention help towards CIG returning CIG and returning CC status? No, probably not. They just probably make them more mad. I don't want to make this thing about me, because it's not about me. It was never about me. It's just for Squadron 42, Broken Twig. Oh, so we can hope for a better post? No. Me and X talked about a lot of stuff last night. A lot of stuff that we're not going to talk about openly. Because it's just not worth it. It's more of a evaluation of what everything's going on and seeing what happens. And it would be disadvantageous to get bitter about not being invited to this thing, or even about these things in general. No, I've known X for a long time. X didn't take it hard. X was more confused by it, because it was more of a, like, why me? Why didn't I? What was the purpose behind that? Because of other relationships that X and Al have accumulated over the years, which are very high in the company. Delay is what, 6 to 8 months? My guess would be 6 to 8 months. Yeah, not that much. Like in the grand scheme of things, Squadron 42 coming out in like March to May of 2027 isn't that much of a delay, and most people would probably have anticipated some sort of delay like that, just because it's common amongst games, especially with GTA coming out. So yeah. It'll be like the most shows, a lot of talking and a peak playthrough that they got so far, but the start of the lead up to the launch. Yeah, that's about right. It's the start, not necessarily the end of a launch. It's not the peak of the launch. It's the start of the launch, in the sense of the start of the campaign. They'll probably do a hard date. That's probably the reason why they didn't announce that they delayed it, because they probably didn't have a hard date. Immediate stop. I don't trust them to do a hard date. I think they'll do a hard date. Well, 3 months after GTA 6 is January. So it won't be January. That's my point. The two dates that I can guess would be March between February and March, because February is probably the first month that you see a lot of folks releasing games. That's a pretty decent time when a lot of games are empty. And March would technically be at the end of the Q1, or Q4 is the end for Q4 in terms of financials. So they could technically say, well, we did release it within Q4 of 2026. Though that's not how they usually do it. And then May, because May is their biggest concurrency month.
Quantum fuel level is low.
Yeah, I was assuming they were going to be doing a launch date announcement for Fallen Frontier last year, and they didn't. End of December 2026 would be a hell of a time to pull it off, because that's when they have the least amount of staff. And again, based off the people I've talked to at CIG who work on Squadron, the game wouldn't be ready by then. Okay. Yeah, they'll make an announcement somewhere, either in October or, you know, at an event like Gamescom or something like that. They'll announce pre-orders at some point. Quite honestly, I think what they were going to do was they were going to release it in October, because that's what I was hearing from my sources inside CIG. That was the date. It was October. As early as like February. But then GTA scared the fuck out of them, and they've been waiting until GTA made a hard date so that they could have an announcement. But by the time they waited for GTA to do it, they gave their teams more runway so that they could shoot for 2027, like early 2027. So now those teams are actively working on content that's going to take them time to get to early 2027. Now, it's important to remember that this is Squadron, not Star Citizen. So buybacks and that kind of stuff are not going to matter that much. Besides, you can't do buybacks anymore anyways. CIG killed the buyback program for Squadron. It was a decision based off of external factors and internal factors. Now they just wait till GTA launches on PC, and it's going to be a year plus before they do that on PC. They don't like... They don't like PC... GTA... Take-Two and Rockstar don't like PC players. This Rockstar... GTA... Take-Two doesn't. My big question is that CIG go for solid $60 for standard edition and try... Will we know that they tried to test out the 60, 90, and like $120 version at some point on the website. That is a rumor of a rumor. It's like someone saw it happen, but no one actually got a capture of it. And it was quickly taken down. So there will probably be 3 versions, which is a smart move. And of course, it'll also be sold on Steam, Epic Games, anywhere they can go. So.
Quantum fuel is at 100%. Engines offline.
CIG is not going to sell it at $70. They'll sell it at $60. They would be stupid to sell it at $70. Exactly. They don't like PC gamers because they see PC gamers as cheap. Take-Two, I mean.
Engines online. Shield system offline. Launch complete.
I mean, yeah. My suggestion has always been sell it at $42.42 for 42 days. Yeah, like after the announcement. Because you need, to make, you don't have much of a marketing budget to work with. You need to make everything about your project work for you. I would also give everyone who currently has a Squadron 42 from like CIG side, turn that into the special edition. So you get like the $90 version if you've already purchased it on CIG's website. The special digital version, whatever.
Quantum drive is now on.
I don't think they will do pre-orders at $42. It would make sense, but they probably won't. Yeah, they'll never do something like that. I know. Almost certainly the version that you purchased on Star Citizen's website will be the garden variety version. Not even. Like, let's just say regular copy of Squadron. If you got fees and other things, let's be generous. Let's say they make $40 after every $60 purchase. They don't, but let's just be generous and say that is the case. Because in some cases, if they buy it from the website, it'll probably make more, but if they buy it from Steam, they'll make less, and so on and so forth. So, if they make $40 and they make 5 million sales at $40, that would be 200 million. Now, to put this in perspective, Ace Combat 7 was the highest selling game of the Ace Combat series ever, and they sold 7 million copies over the course of 7 years. And they released it on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. I do not believe that Wing Commander, Squadron 42 will sell 5 million or even 1 million on its launch date. It's not just Steam. It's also if they do it on their own, They have to pay for service fees from credit card companies and other things like that. The number one criticism CIG needs to overcome in order to make their marketing budget work is that people will always be with the length of time it's taken to get there and the costs, and it better be blow people away. It'll be fine, and it doesn't really need to be like that, Citizen Tony. What they really need to do is to have the game be fun. If the game is stable and fun and reviews well, then that's fine. As long as it's not a middling game. If it's a middling game, that's probably one of the worst case scenarios. Yeah, because they'll make passive income as it releases. As long as it has a audience that is passionate about it, that likes it, that promote it, and it's a stable, fun, good release, and it reviews well, 7, 8 out of 10, I think people will, it will make money in the long term. But again, let's look at that money. $1 million is a lot of copies. And they'd make around 40 million from 1 million copies. Remember, CIG in a year with Star Citizen makes anywhere between 140 and 200, probably close to 200, well, probably close to 175 or 180 million a year. What is chutzpah? It's a Yiddish word, means balls. Yiddish is such a fun language. Courage is what it means. Balls, audacity, boldness, etc. Yeah. The guts. The issue with selling a copy of Squadron or Star Citizen alongside Squadron 42 is that typically CIG isn't, or Steam and other sites don't let you sell different versions at different prices that aren't connected. If you sell it on Steam, you can't sell better versions of the same thing outside of Steam. Like, you have to have the same stuff. So they'd have to negotiate with Steam on that. And since Star Citizen isn't on Steam, and it won't be on Steam. I remember Astro Pops, they were great. Oh, people love this tie. I'm glad to know. Star Citizen and Squad 42 do not have to be mutually. They can have different communities. They can have different people who are interested in the different stuff. That's not a Dark Horse prediction, Citizen Tony. I just don't think it's going to happen at launch. You might have seen it wrong. But it's definitely going to Steam. Squadron 42 is definitely going to Steam. Any movies I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to see Supergirl. I know not many people are, but I'd like to see like what it's about. And there's another movie that's coming out. I went to go see Backrooms, which was fun. Backrooms was good. Something else that I wanted to go see. I think it's in July. Oh, I was gonna go see Disclosure Day, but I was just kind of like, man, the more I look at it, the less I'm interested in Disclosure Day.
Shield system online. Landing gear down.
I think this one worked. Might be a different server anyways, so who knows? There we go.
Engines offline.
Spielberg should retire? Yeah. I don't think it'll be exclusive, but I do think that it'll come out on PS5 eventually. It makes more sense. It makes the most sense to do it. The question is, do they have the funds, the resources, or the support to do it? That's really the question. Maybe it's my own personal bias because I also have a different type of experience and the people I surround myself with in my personal life. But I think more people outside of the typical gaming sphere, or like inside the typical game sphere outside of our little bubble, are interested in a single player game than they are interested in an MMO. Because for a lot of people, an MMO is a responsibility. It's a job. Like they see MMO and they're like, okay, so I have to like basically clock in at a second job to enjoy myself. Okay, that's not what I want to do. Planet bouncy? No, it's just Star Citizen's physics are set to permanently set to like no gravity mode. I think it depends on one's age. It's more than just an age thing. I think it's also determines on the kind of gamer thing. Like, there's probably, and this is just a vibes-based opinion based off of observation, not a fact-based, data-driven one. But there's probably far more people who have time for a single-player or co-op game than they do a MMO. They can put more time aside to play a couple of hours of a single-player game, or an hour or two with friends for like a co-op game. Based off of what I've seen that's popular, generally speaking, those teams seem to be the games that are the most popular. Single player and co-op, or some light PvP, but like quick arena PvP sort of games. Live service is dead. Like, it's clear that live services are super expensive and they don't make back their money. So everyone's abandoning live service. It's the reason why Destiny 2 is leaving, is dying. The reason why they killed Destiny 2. Yeah, trust me, I'm a little sad about Destiny 2 being gone as well. I don't think that people have gotten tired of live service necessarily, but I think a lot of the big AAA live services people have gotten tired of. A lot of the live services that exist are live services that fit within people's time and budget. As much as it's had rocky ups and downs, Helldivers 2 is in a much better place than it was in the past. And that's a great example of a live service game that works because it doesn't force players into the meta. You basically can play whatever the most recent big event is, or you can go off and play whatever you feel like it with your friends or solo. Dark Tide continues to get updates. And Dark Tide is one of those games that it does charge you some money, but like extra money, but it is generally a little bit better. I'm also mostly a single player game over 30 years. I did exceptions, but not many. It feels better for me to really sink into a single player. But the verse is, and also Elite learned me that the real immersive stuff can happen with randoms and group play. I agree. I mean, I played a lot of DayZ and the original mod. I'm an old school Bean Bandit, one of the first couple folks to play DayZ. Not couple, I was the first, I'd say the first 1,000 people to play DayZ. The DayZ mod. That early. And I love that experience made me fall in love with like immersive multiplayer open world experiences. But it's also pointed out to me that like you need a very specific type of community and a very specific type of game to get that to work properly. Yeah, Pencils and Pachinki. I loved that stuff when we did PUBG. But I still think that you're likely going to have a large number of players who will play Squadron and not play Star Citizen. Like, ever. It'll be very strange in about 2 years, because there'll be people who are like, when's Squadron 42 Part 2 coming? And, you know, people complaining, why is Star Citizen soaking up all the resources? I fucking hate this multiplayer game. I bought your single player game. I want the sequel. Where's the sequel? It's going to be very funny. It's going to be very funny. It'll be funny if those people turn out to be the majority. They might actually be. New rage posters, yes. Well, is there a Reddit's R Squadron 42? Because there probably will be if there isn't. There is just no way they're going to push all the tech and resources used for Squadron 42 to the side while they just work on Star Citizen. They will. They absolutely will. Like, I can guarantee it. I can guarantee they will purge the entire roster of Squadron devs and move as many as they can or want to into Star Citizen. So there's going to be at most a skeleton crew to like fix some of the bugs and other issues with Squadron after it releases. There is? Oh, interesting. Fuck!
Weapons system destroyed.
God damn it.
Out of missiles.
I didn't see it until last minute. That's gonna be expensive.
Landing gear down.
They haven't started on other. They have not started on it. I can guarantee you that CIG has not started on work on the other episodes. I don't know how I didn't explode. I thought I was dead.
Shield system online.
Why is there a ship in my hangar? It's not real, right? That can't be real. The fuck happened?
Engines offline. Your systems are offline.
One minute to repair. Here it goes. I'll be forced out. Push me forward, push me forward. Come on.
Your systems are online.
That's not real.
Landing complete. Launch complete. Landing complete. Launch complete.
Best spaceship game ever, right, chat? Immersive. So immersive.
Quantum fuel is at 100%. Engines offline. Engines online. Engines offline.
It's 1.0 ready, you're right. Ship it. All right. It's probably not a bug. It's probably just CIG not giving a shit. They shouldn't be offering legal bounty hunting missions, but they are because they're technically one of the few good factions you can work for, period. If I know my CIG 318 cycle, 4.9 will not be better than 318. I'm sorry, than 4.8. The 4.8 cycle. It'll just be a slight improvement, and the actual improvement will happen in 4.10, which won't happen until September at the earliest. But they award council script? Yeah, because CIG doesn't give a shit. You think CIG cares about their own lore?
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again.
At least not in Alpha, they don't care. Ask I talk. No CIG shit about. Yeah.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
My guess is it's just CIG just put it there because they did. They didn't think about it. Well, no one cares. Like, you think it's going, hey, this isn't part of lore? Why is this like... They don't care. Like, everyone would be like, shut up, nerd. Like, it's a game in alpha. I just don't want my game to work. That's why I'm not going to pitch a fit about stuff like that until, like, they get closer to 1.0 or post-Squadron, when that sort of thing's going to matter more. I will make fun of them for it, though. Do you think script will make it out of alpha as a concept? Lore exists to support gameplay. The problem is that CIG doesn't know what the game is going to be. They still don't know what the gameplay is going to, what the game's going to play like, what the game's going to be. They'll claim they do, but they don't. They constantly, as Jared likes to say, they're not afraid to change their mind or of a better idea. And that just means that they'll change the gameplay if they think it works better, because they don't know 100. They're not going to be solid 100% on gameplay. So if that's the case, then anything that's written to justify gameplay is likely out of date because that gameplay is going to change. I actually feel the tech talk this week was very interesting. As the engine gets more complicated, some errors crop up you don't expect. That's just generally what happens with these sorts of things. I would argue it's not until 1.0 control. It's until Squadron releases, because in theory, you're going to have a lot of people coming from Squadron to Star Citizen. And once Squadron is out, the stuff that was in Squadron has to be canonized. So anything that's mentioned in Squadron or as part of Squadron can't be retconned. I mean, it technically can, but then you'd have to retcon Squadron Part 1, which is a pain in the ass. So if they want to keep them in the same universe, which they clearly do, then they're going to have to put whatever's in Squadron in Star Citizen in terms of lore, which is smart to do anyways, which means that there's some aspects that they can't change. The ship team is starting to get on my nerves a little bit with their blatant disregard for lore. They make money, so they don't have to abide by lore. Lore has to abide by ship team. Because the ship team makes them fuck tons of money. Makes them their money. The every dev gets a carrier was galling to me. I don't know what that is even a reference to. I'm gonna wrap this up here, so that's the reason why. I just thought they can change. Exactly. But that's gonna put a lot more damper on, a lot more restrictions on them than I think they even realize. Because there's a lot of connected tissue inside the story of Squadron that's connected to Star Citizen in a way that is going to affect Star Citizen now, ships and releasing and that kind of stuff. Every manufacturer gets a carrier. They're going to make a ship for everyone. They're going to make every single manufacturer is going to make every type of ship that exists because CIG wants money. Unless they say that Squadron 42 is a film based on the true story, they won't do that. I'm pretty sure they won't.
Hello, I like money.
I will leave with this. I talked about this in a video with X when we talked about the T. Louis. Which is, the problem is that lore is the canary in the coal mine. If CIG developers are no longer paying attention to lore, it means that they're not paying attention to a list of other things that exist because that lore was created in the first place. CIG doesn't just write a nice story. The writers weren't there to just come up with cool ideas. Their job is to justify the decisions made by the development team. And while things have changed as the game has developed, when you see at this stage major changes to lore happen, it means that the developers themselves have made major changes to the game, possibly in a way that the developers who are part of that solution don't know about. The ship team might change something because they're creating a ship, and the team that's in charge of gameplay for that ship now suddenly has to change how they're going to do gameplay because the ship team decided to change it. And that's what what lore discontinuity really stands for. It stands for a problem that the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. There seems to be a lack of communication internally between teams about what's going on. And if each team doesn't have a vision of what they're trying to do, it becomes incredibly complicated and difficult for people to make stuff that makes sense in the game that they want to make. Thanks for keeping it real, Paul. What will happen will happen. Keep on keeping on. Thank you, Gonzo. You were one of the oldest supporters of me, and I am always humbled by folks who come in, like you and Ghost and so many other people. I'm trying to think of all, because there's so many people who've been here since the beginning of me doing content that I'm like, I can't believe y'all have been here for 10 years, for over 10 years. How long do you think before we start to see hospitality ships? Post 1.0. If we know the early days of what the trap days, what trap we all build, the supporting system and pledges, store breaks everything. What they sold with the T. Louis was the fantasy of having a squadron of snub fighters released at your command. The problem is no one's going to man them. Yeah, the problem with the T. Louis is that it's a cool idea without a gameplay to support it. And that's the problem, the long-term problem, is that CIG is making stuff that they have no support for gameplay. X like to put it this way. What is a game? A game is a series of rules that everyone plays by to achieve a goal or to achieve a emotion, right? When you play a board game, you follow the rules because it's fair for everyone in the game and makes the game fun to play. If you're playing chess, you can't just have somebody do an illegal move with a unit without the other person saying, this isn't fun, I'm going away, right? There has to be rules because the rules structure what the game is about and how the game is played. And the problem is that CIG doesn't have rules. They have ideas. They have feelings. They have cool concepts. And cool concepts doesn't make a game. And if they can't follow their own rules, they'll end up making a bunch of things, especially ships, which have no purpose, which are left to die because they can't support them in the game they're building. And that's the problem. Like, that's one of the fundamental problems. And I only say stuff like that because I hope they change. I hope they fix that problem so that the game is better for everybody. Because I would much rather the talented folks on the ship team work on a ship that people will love and enjoy because it has purpose in the game, that people will utilize it for its purpose. And, you know, that person who makes a ship that's really, really cool on the ship team, they leave Star Citizen, they move to another company, and maybe the person they're interviewing has played Star Citizen and said, oh, you made this ship, I love this ship, I play it all the time when I play Star Citizen. Maybe they go to a party and they mention stuff like that, and then they get new friends or new spouse because of that sort of connection. You know, I want artists to feel like what they're doing is cool, but also that it's meaningful, that they get that experience of having something like that. And I think it's disadvantageous to the artists and creators of the game when you make something that just gets abandoned. Happy summer, y'all. Yeah, you're right. It is the summer. Yeah, broken ships and game loops are presumably a temporary problem that will be solved by 1.0. The question is more, how many ships will still be viable in 1.0 that they sell now? How many ships are sold because of vibes that don't actually turn into anything? It's kind of like the Odin. Although it's way more useful than the T. Louis, the vast majority of people who own an Odin will have no intention and no capability of manning it with more than 2 to 3 people. Just over half, I bet. Now, here's the thing. If they didn't sell those ships, there would be no problem. Because, like, having a T. Louis exist as, like, a ship that you could get or that it's an enemy, like, snub carrier, that's a fucking amazing idea. Like, could you imagine stages in fighting where, like, a T. Louis shows up and now suddenly, like, there are like 2 or 3 T. Louis show up and there's just swarms of snub fighters that, like, come out and you have to fight them? Like, that's a cool concept. That's a cool idea in gaming. But it doesn't work when you are the one who has to fly the snub ship. Fuck you, Jin. I'm going to look it up. Look up the current temperatures. It is currently 90 degrees, mostly cloudy. High grass index. What's the humidity? 66% humidity. So pretty hot and pretty humid. Not again to real world touchy stuff, but I do think your school is taking education in the right direction. Are you having long-term success? I mean education overall. No, but I don't think that has to do with my school. It has a lot more to do with the school district and the state itself. My school, because I teach in high school, is the end of a pipeline that starts from elementary school. And once they've arrived at me, because I teach seniors and even my colleagues who teach things like freshmen, people like people like freshmen, they're already dealing with the baggage of 8 years of 8+ years of education experience, which may have been bad. I do actually want to to Louis. I also think there could be a third variant in the cards. There could be, yeah. What's education like in the UAE? I actually did a video on that one. What they have is called the equivalency. So the equivalency is it's like a high school diploma. And there are multiple ways to achieve the equivalency, but like there are schools you can go to in person. You're typically pretty crowded though. So a lot of people do the equivalency on Spectrum, which is their version of the internet. They go online and go through the equivalency programs on their own. There's maybe help from their parents to get their equivalency. It really depends on where you live, though. So the equivalency, or a Star Citizen education, an education in Star Citizen is much more based on where you are in the UAE. If you're in a place that's like Terra, you might have access to better education because you can go to schools with smaller school sizes. But if you're in a place like Croshaw, you might have larger school sizes. If you're in a place like Bremen, you may not have a school at all. You have to just go to Spectrum to do your testing and all that kind of stuff for there. It's very there's a decentralized test, but it's a very decentralized system because all that really matters is that you pass your equivalency test. Once you've passed your equivalency test, you get your degree, and you're able to go to college and stuff like that. Oh, well. All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I'll be back tomorrow for my 0 to Hero run. And I'll also be working on my other content with the lore stuff. I really do need to sit down and get stuff done. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Like I say every time, see you someday in the black.